We're just waiting for Andy. Good morning, everybody. We want to welcome you to our second day of the Denakkanaaga Elders and Youth Conference here at the David Salmon Tribal Hall, and those watching on either Zoom or our live stream. We appreciate you all being here. And as you know, this year a historic time for us. Under our bylaws, it's the responsibility of Denakkanaaga to select the traditional chiefs for our region, and we take that very seriously. You heard from the 4 individuals that have been nominated for this position. This is a lifetime position, and they are Mary Rose Agnes of Caltag, Benedict Jones Sr. of Kayakuk, Anna Frank of Fairbanks, and Andy Jimmy of Minto. You heard from them yesterday, and today we will be electing them, one of them, as our second traditional chief. You know, there has been a lot of comments made about this process, traditional versus political, as some see it. We have tried very hard at Denakkanaaga to be as transparent as possible in how we conduct this selection. In this day and age, we're trying to balance traditions of our people in our region, and also thinking about the evolution, if you will, of our cultures in this day and age. And it's not been easy, and we understand some people have concerns, and we appreciate that. Before we do the selection, and the selection of the chief, the new chief, will be done under our bylaws, as it's stated, is by the Denakkanaaga Board of Directors. And again, remind you that this Board of Directors, these elders and our youth, represent all the subregions in interior Alaska. So they're the ones that represent the people. And so they're the ones that have worked on what the traits and criteria should be. Those were shared with the tribal councils. Tribal councils have been notified more than several times by mail, email, and calls about this process. So we've tried our hardest. We know we can't make everybody happy on how this process has evolved. But this is a serious undertaking. And like I said, I know there's some concerns, but we're doing our best. And today, before we have the selection take place in about an hour and a half, we really wanted to have a discussion by our board, the delegates, those delegates here in person, and then also by Zoom, what it really means to be a chief in our region, especially in this day and age now, and also about our traditional values. Excuse me, Jack, can I hold this up? So here, everybody is aware of these values. These were developed by Denakkanaaga elders years and years ago, and we have them here throughout the tribal hall. But we want to have some discussion on these. I mean, really, what does it mean to adhere to these values? And we always say these are the foundation for us as Native people, and they are. But how do these values go with what we would like in a chief that represents our people? So we're going to have that discussion. But before we do, we'd like to start the day off with a prayer, and also I would call upon Steve to say a few words. We're going to have a moment of silence. As we all know, these are very challenging times for us with missing and murdered individuals. So before we start, maybe Steve, would you like to do the moment of silence first, and then we will have the prayer?
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to share sad news with all of you. We had a tribal member from Fort Yukon missing since Sunday. And she was found yesterday deceased. She's a 19-year-old, and she just graduated this spring from Fort Yukon High School. And of course, her parents are in shock. Our community is in shock. So just for your information, the parents are Arlene and Chuck Peter. And if you know Chuck Peter, his dad was Wally Peter, who was on the Doyon board many years ago and served as a vice president of Doyon Limited at the pretty much at the beginning of Doyon. And so I would just ask you to join me in a prayer. Masi chog ekwadat norisek. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for today. We thank you, Lord God, for all of your blessings. We pray for the family of Arlene and Chuck Peter of Fort Yukon. We pray, Lord God, that you comfort them and give them strength to meet the days ahead. We pray that all arrangements they'll be providing to put their loved one away, that all will go well for them. We thank you, Lord God. Amen.
We just want to start the day off with a prayer. Continue to keep our loved ones in our thoughts. Many of us here in this room have lost loved ones throughout the years, and so we know the pain. So let's just bow our heads and start off our day with a good day. Lord, we just thank you for today. We just thank you and we praise you. Lord, you just continue to be with the family that lost their loved ones, Lord. And we just ask blessing on this meeting, that everything go according to plan. And we're just going to give you praise and we're going to give you glory for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. It's always good to come together in these times. Before we start our discussion, I just realized we did not introduce the board yesterday. So at this time, I'd like to start at this end, Josh, and we would introduce the board. So we have Margaret Henry John from Circle, Anna Lexi from Nikolai, Cora Demet from Northway. I don't know if so I don't know if you got the other ones before. Jack Holcheese from Huslia. We've Anna Frank from Fairbanks, Andy Jimmy from Minto, Joseph Millell from Grayling, and our youth representative, Natalie Newman from Rampart. And tomorrow at our annual meeting, 2 seats are up for election along with the youth rep. So that's what we'll be addressing tomorrow. But for today, it's the important task of selecting a traditional second chief. And as I said, for about the next hour and 15 minutes or so, we will be talking about what it means to be a chief and the role of a chief for our region, and also our values, how they play an important role in our daily lives as Native people. At this time, Trimble Gilbert is our first traditional chief. He's unable to be here in person, but he is on the phone. And Trimble, are you there? We lost him. All right. Well, let's just wait a few minutes and see if we get, because it's important that we start with our first traditional chief. He's joining us from his home in Arctic Village. He's on now? Oh, he's being called right now, so let's just wait a few minutes. Okay, it's ringing. He, as our first traditional chief, has some opening comments that he wanted to make before we started this discussion. I know we kept getting drop calls this morning when we were reaching out to him, so. Okay, Trimble, are you there? Oh, we're trying again, okay. Well, while we're waiting for him, trying to get him back on the line, today, it's Trimble there? Are you there, Trimble?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're here, and we're going to give the floor to you as our first chief to say some comments about the role of a chief. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Trimble.
Thank you, Sharon. Good morning, everybody. This is Chief Trimble Gilbert calling, talking from Arctic Village. We are very welcome to the meeting from our regions. So I'm sorry I didn't present at this time because of due to the sickness, but we're doing good. So this is the kind of very important things for us about that voting. I remember that in the past, the voting is a lot of elders talk about it and before the voting, and the way we select people a long time ago is wealthy people. We call that. It's not the rich people, but then they got knowledge and they know a lot about the cultures, and then so that they do know how to work with other tribes and other people, and also their own people. So that's with the very important people during that time. It's hard time, but that time is old-fashioned way. A lot of young people say that, and but we have to change a little bit about that modern life now, because we have to be involved with a lot of modern life to work with the young people and also our own people. So we usually vote for the people kind of around here. It's the person have to be good wisdom and knowledge and to lead the people without nothing. So he's everybody that depend on them. So he got to have the voice to talk to the people without any microphone. That old days is people travel around and looking for animals and like moose, caribou, sheep, any kinds of animals to survive. And sometimes people would been without the food for a long time, just barely eat something a little bit at a time every day to survive. And they have little energy to go forward and follow the chief breaking the trail, and young people help the chief breaking the trail. There's a heavy snow and during the cold weather. So that chief needs to help. He just can't do it by himself. So he used to train young people and train young women. So that nowadays are that we don't live that hard anymore, but we do have problem with that. A lot of things, and like alcohols and drugs and a lot of other things, and really affecting our people. It's very sad time for each one of us. That chief position is you gotta have knowledge. Sharing is very important in our lifetime. And sharing means it's when the people out and hunting during the cold weather without food, and after they come home, maybe one or two moose, one moose with bow and arrow, and then everybody come home, and then the chief want everybody to eat a little bit before they go sleep, and so after the supper, then he walk out the skin tent in cold weather, so the voices, we could hear his voice. And he said to the people, make sure, check every one of them, everyone, young and old, check them out. Make sure they got something to eat before they sleep. So they do that, and then this is the way they handle people, their own people, to survive in sharing. So nowadays are that chief are that men's and women's, because this is modern days. So like old days, they just only men can be the chief. But now is a lot. We struggle with a lot of things, and our people everywhere, in the city and the village. So we do need to select the one who is available, dependable, to work with this kind of people in the city and everywhere. So sometimes that man and woman, sometimes the man was having problem with alcohol, and then women have to take it over to taking care of their own kids. Sometimes the women have problem too, so both sides they have problem. And then that nowadays is our elders everywhere. It's not very many of us left now. So we have to think about how we can do better to lead our people and to save the people in every communities in our regions and even outside of regions. So that when we select a person, you have to know a lot, wisdom. But we all don't know things, artifact, and everything nowadays. Because when we went to DC, and there's all kinds of artifact came from Alaska. There's so many things we don't know, and we don't know how people use it for. But whatever we know, we have to keep it up. So we don't have to give up our cultures, the way of life. So we have to practice making tools. That's like yesterday, I'm listening to people, and they said using that arrow and a lot of other things, fish trap, deadfall, and snowshoe, and all kinds of things we need to know. Excuse me. So that now, I know a lot of women's got talents in sewing. So the men can do the tools, and the woman can do the sewing. So we end up moose skin and caribou skin now. It's hard to get. But we all get together. We might finish one or two. Then we'll know how to do it. That moose skin and caribou skin and many other skins. We need to do that. That's those kind of things we don't want to lose it. And the language too. When I talk my language, my people, what I'm saying is that you don't have to be just traditional chief and traditional second chief. But every village, and we have a chief and second chief and council. So and also the men and women, marriage people, single people, not much different. We have to stand up with our faith. And the next thing, we got to stand up and walk and open your eye. You can see things need to be done. Another thing is with our love, we have to love each other and respect one another. And then we can work. We have to work together too. If we don't, and then we're going to keep losing language. I'm teaching language. Every other day, people ask me. So one of my boys, and he started talking. He was a college graduate, but he started talking. And some other places, like Fort Yukon, one young man talking language. And we kind of start slow, but then we got a lot of certified teachers everywhere. So my job it's not different to me, the men and male and female. I work with about 10 certified teachers, and we work with. And there's different places out in the bush, and we spend a lot of time with them and teaching about cultures. So that nowadays, we're kind of losing a lot of elders everywhere. So when we have to vote, the way it'll work, we know that. So that many years ago, when the people selected chief, is just because he got a wealthy man. He's married and kids, and he's qualified to do a lot of things like caribou fence, a fish trap, and a lot of things. And so people are around him all the time, and a lot of people support them too, so they help one another. So let's all stand for our cultures and the way of life, and we need to look after whatever it's important thing for us. What kind of resource do we have? We drink water from the Yukon rivers, northeast, about 90 miles along the lakes. We were there one time, and the water is still running. The water we drink from the Brooks Range, clear water, still running into the Yukon River from the north. But one only thing is kind of worries us is we keep losing a lot of birds and ducks, and everything is just going down slowly. So we have to be careful and talking about what resource we have. We have to look after it and look after each other and look after our countries too. So thank you for your time, and this is time for me to say something. And yesterday I was listening to candidates, and I could listen to them clearly, but then Benedict Jones, as I miss what he's saying, because he was sick, I think. So I'd like to thank each one of you working hard for your people, and I know that a lot of people I know attending the meeting, and I'm glad that Ori was mentioned, me and Mary's our names in the meeting, so we're going to be all right. So keep forward and do the right thing for your people everywhere, not just your own people, but a different nationality. We have to respect for them, and they got their own cultures. We have to respect their cultures, so we have to respect one another. That's the kind of people we come from, and we call that non-Saint-Jitsa, just like Republican and Democrat. So it's going on for many years, and before that, after 1930, we lost just about everything. So thank you very much for your time, and have a good meeting and have a good elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Trimble. So please keep his words in mind as we go through this discussion and the selection process. At this time, I'd like to call upon our second chief of Denakkanaaga, Jack Holcheese, to say a few words about values and the role of the chief. And Jack, there's a mic there, or would you like to come here? Okay.
Good morning, delegates, guests, and everyone. My name is Jack Holcheese. I'm from Huslia. My grandparents are Little Sammy and Big Sophie Sam. And my mother is Julia Holcheese, Sam, and Peter Holcheese. I was born in a place about 30 miles below Huslia, Dalby Slough. I was born when Huslia first started, 1949. I was a chief before in Huslia for about 8 years. And our traditional chief, I think, and the second traditional chief, traditional means we have to know about our culture and our traditions. And we have to know how to be leaders. We have to know our cultural values, our traditional values. We have to know how to lead people. We have to have people's trust. And that's not given to you, that's earned. And these 4 candidates that are running, All their traditional values and knowledge was earned. And, in the villages, they vote for a first chief and second chief. And also, some villages have traditional chiefs. And those traditional chiefs are the ones that the chief and second chief should go to for advice. That's the way I look at it. I know a lot of people have different points of view. It's going to be a pretty hard process for all you delegates to select the second chief. But keep in mind what they all said yesterday about their cultural values and their knowledge. You know, being a second chief or a first chief, you learn. That's what unity is about. Even younger people may know something that the elders don't know, that grew up with their grandparents. They might have picked up something from their grandparents that the elder didn't know. So, it works in both ways. Elders could learn from younger people, and younger people learn from the elders. They always say, listen to the elders. But to me, in my role as second chief, I not only listen to the elders, I take advice from the elders, but I listen to our younger generation's concerns, because their concerns are going to be brought up. They're going to be the ones that's going to be up here on this podium one of these days. So it's really an honor to talk to you elders. I'm a young elder. I learned from my grandparents how to live off the land. I grew up till I was 6 years old down in Dalby Slough, our spring camp, our winter camp. And then from there, we go with gas boat down to the Yukon to fish for salmon. But I went down, I think, about 2 years. And then my grandparents, they made a camp right below Hooslia, about 13 miles below Hooslia. And that's where we spend most of our time in the summer. And then winter, I think I missed my first grade school. I was 6 years old. A lot of people wanted to take me, but my mom, she only had one arm, and I guess they figured I was old enough to help out because I was 6 years old. So they took me out of school and brought me down to camp, down Timber Creek. And we stayed down there the winter, and we moved back what we call a little village. It's a camp that's spring camp and winter camp. My grandfather made, little Sammy, and his sons and my father, we all stayed there. There was about 4 families there. And I remember every one of them playing violin. After a hard day of skinning muskrat, my father and my uncle, they came home one morning with 1,000 muskrats on the bow of their boat. And they used to play violin and guitar. They used to have dances in my grandpa's house because it was the biggest. Those are the days I remember. They say, remember your greatest days when you were young. And I'm 74 years old, and I remember when I was 6 years old of living the good life. It was hard, but it was good. There was no bills, no electricity, no phone, no TV, nothing. That's how come they always say, those were the good old days. You know, it was hard, but those were the good old days. Those are the days I miss. I really do. And I just hope that we come up with a good decision on the election of our second traditional chief. And with that, I'd like to thank you for letting me speak to you as a young elder. And Abase.
Thank you, Jack. Our Secretary Treasurer of Denakkanaaga is Cora Demet from Northway. And Cora, if you'd like to come up and say a few words on this.
Kamansu Cora Dimension si Northway Kades on Disha. Sai in son Bill in Northway who onsi Schnein Sta do Liz Sarah and Andrew Jimmy who onsi. What I said is good morning. My name is Cora Dimmitt. I live in Northway. My grandparents are Bill and Eliza Northway, and my parents are Andrew and Sarah Jimmy. I've heard a lot of discussions about what it takes to be a traditional chief. I come from a long background of great people. What I really think about this is that first and foremost is that these people need to be a tribal member within the TCC region, be loved and respected by all. And you need to be an elder. Elder means that you sit and listen to people that are older than you. I myself is 76 years old, but I always sit down and listen to people that are older than me because we're still in the learning stage. And knowing your traditional values, your language, and the dancing and etc. that goes with it is very, very important. That's the way you communicate with the elders, is that when you talk your language, you understand it, and it makes more sense when you sit down with an elder and when you speak your language. It's very understandable, and they get so much pride into that. Because my mother and my grandma never spoke English. They had broken English. So my grandma used to always talk to me in my language, so that's where I learned my language as I was growing up. That's all I ever heard all my life was our native language. So I'm a fluent speaker myself, and I understand the language. So it's very important that whoever runs needs to understand your language, speak to your elders in your language. That way the communication is very understandable and it's well respected. And another thing I really learned along the way is that don't be offensive. Be careful what you say, because what you say, you will never get back. So whatever comes out of our mouth needs to be something positive to lift somebody's spirit up, because sometimes we say something in a joking way, but we'd be offensive. So be careful what you say. And with that, I'm just going to leave it like that. Just remember, this is a very important decision, and you know in your hearts who is going to be our second traditional chief. That person is the one that's going to lead us, and like Trimble said, and whatever he said, keep to heart and vote the way you think you need to vote. And I'm not going to say who you need to vote for, because you know in your hearts who you need to vote for. I'm just going to leave it at that. And Sen-E, thank you.
Anne or Margaret, would you like to say a few words? Margaret Henry John from Circle.
Van Quincy, Salakne, Tanjane, Shijane. Sorry, Margaret Orji, Kuchaje, Sakotlet, Tanjane, Hatinki that. Good morning, elders, friends, family. My name is Margaret, and I was born in Fort Yukon. I live in Circle now, but I was raised in Benitai. And I was raised by a lot of elders. I grew up with nothing but elders. And that's how I learned my language. And I believe that our traditional ways of what Trimble is saying is so true, that you need to select a person that is going to be the provider of our people. And I'm not much of a talker, but I'm proud to be part of this board, and I'm learning a lot from these people here, these elders, which I'm the youngest one. Anyway, and our traditional values and stuff, and nowadays of kids growing up, it's so hard to teach our young ones our traditional ways, because of all the changes that's being made, and it's getting harder to live. The prices going up and everything, and it's going to be harder for our kids to be getting up there. And I believe that now is the time that we need to really teach our kids our traditional values, and it's the only way that they will probably survive. We go out in the land, the water, the mountains and stuff. That's how we're going to have to live. So just make a good choice of your traditional second chief. And I thank you, Masito.
Anne, did you want to say a few words? Anne Alexi, one of our board members.
Hi, my name is Anne Alexia. I'm from Nikolai. I have, I don't have, what I think of to be an elder is the chief to make the rules for the people. He calls for meetings and he comes to people's houses to talk to them about something that they did wrong. He tells them to go, where to go hunting. If it's on a holiday, he tells them not to go hunting, to stay home. And he even tells the teachers what to do. To me, and a chief is the boss of the town or the village. At one time, we had a chief he was a traditional chief. He was people that went 30 miles out of town there was a store at what they call Midford, and he knew that they were going to bring alcohol, so he met them on the road, and he spilled all of their booze on, took all their booze away and spilled them out. So I think that if the chief is the one who rules the town, okay, that's all.
Thank you, Ann. Our board member from Grayling, Joseph Malone.
My name is Joseph Malone from Grayling, and speaking of traditional chief, to me it's a very, very tough job for being a traditional chief. You got to know all the knowledge and well, first of all, I forgot, my name is Joseph Malone, I said, and I'm from Grayling. My dad is David Malone. My mom is Anna Deacon, and let me look around first. Yeah, that's, as I was growing up, I went to a lot of these potlatches with my parents who raised me. And I see these chiefs, really, really traditional chiefs. They stand up there and they tell you, and they talk. And I had a friend from Shagluk who told me, when you go to a meeting, he told me, never leave the village without speaking. He said, I asked him why. He said, maybe you'll never make it home, he said. So I kept that in mind. Every time I try to go to a meeting, I try to do my speaking. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Joseph. And now for our youth representative, Natalie Newman. And as I mentioned earlier, Natalie represents all the youth in our region, and she's one bright young lady, and she has some thoughts about what a chief should be from a youth perspective. Natalie?
I'm Natalie Newman from Rampart. My mother is Dawn Newman and my father is Ben Newman. I never knew much of a traditional chief when I was younger. I just really started learning about that in recent years. Rampart's last traditional chief was Henry Wheel, and I have honestly learned more from his stories and his legacy than I ever learned from him in person. I was raised with just strong women, his wife, Betty Wheel, my Auntie Ada, Evans, Jordan. And, but when I think of a traditional chief, I think of someone who is able to tell you our stories and tell you what they grew up on, and lead you and guide you on on a common goal, like our values that are dying or our language, because I didn't hear any of my traditional language until I went to school, and YKSD had a traditional language program, because none of my elders wanted to speak. their traditional language because of mission and boarding schools and all that. But I do know that if I were to have a traditional chief that I wanted, it would be someone who wasn't afraid to speak their mind and tell you what you are doing wrong or what you have or what you might want to do if you can go for them to guidance and stuff. That's all.
Thank you, Natalie. Now we're going to go to the floor. Delegates that are here at the tribal hall can go to the mics. We have a mic here and a mic there. As I said, we're trying to be as transparent as possible on this whole process. So if there are individuals that are not delegates, you'll need to find a delegate to recognize you so you can speak. But at this time, we have about 35 or so minutes. And also for those on Zoom, we'll be opening it up to them as well if they would like to comment about the role of the chief and our values, but primarily the role of the chief and our selection of a second chief. So if there are any delegates, if you would like to go to the mics, and we'll recognize you at this time. Don't be shy. Ben Bergman. Simon, sorry. I'm good with faces, but not with names. Sorry. You have the floor.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay. Yeah, my name is Vincent Simon. I'm from Malakakat. My parents are Lee and Sarah Simon. They passed on long ago, but they were old people, and they raised me up in kind of the old way. You know, they tell you things like, know your language, help one another, take care of your people, take care of the kids, take care of the elders. And between my mom and dad, it was my mom that spoke up everything. So I used to start playing music in 1968, guitar and stuff. And we were like rock and roll people, hippies, hippie wannabes maybe. But my mom, we ran to alcohol and drugs, and my mom would tell me, think about what you do. It was really easy after that. You know, you think about what you do wrong, you straighten that out, and you quit smoking weed, you quit drinking, you hang on to your language, you learn how to hunt better. What I did was I cook at home native food, bear, moose, caribou, fish, and I take it to the old people. I did this for a really long time, and when I did that, the old people told me stories of how they used to do stuff, and it was really, really amazing what they did long ago. This one time this was like maybe 3 years ago, I brought bear soup to Uncle Limburg. He was 91 or somewhere around there. And he said, you know what your grandma used to do? She used to, it was like 50 below outdoors. She used to get these willow tips, green willow tips. And she put it by the stove at night, and in morning she rolled up newspaper and make fire with it. And I was just really surprised you could think about it and figure it out. Yeah, that must have go way back when they were nomadic people. But anyway, my mom used to talk to me. She would say, "Nicht go in nicht, work together. Whoso wa janu kawa sanihak, talk good to your people. No, haldota, no angani dog, once in a while go out in the country." And but I wanted to say something that, don't be afraid to talk, but I want to say a few names that what I really look up to is not only my mother, but my uncle. His name was Edwin Simon, and he was a really good leader. He talked really good, and Grandpa Chief Henry, that's part of my family, and I just want to, they went to potlatches and they talked with other people, and they talked really good about how they used to hunt, what time they used to hunt, where they used to hunt, and where they camp year round, because there was a variety of animals. And the way they talk about it, it wasn't really hard. It was just good knowledge that's been passed down for a long, long time. So that's just what I want to say. Just get the word across to, especially our young people. We lost three in a row. We lost one right before fence making in Alakakit. We made 7 fences. Then right after that, we lost another one. Same age, pretty close, same age. And then right after that one's over, we lost another one. So when I go home, we'll most likely have a funeral for this young person. So God bless you all, and I hope God bless you all, and I hope you're really good with your people. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else?
Bobby Salmon, I'm a delegate. I'd like to recognize Tom on Huntington here to speak.
I took off my jacket for a reason. As a little kid in Huslia, when there were speeches being made, there was a line of men. The closer they got to the floor, they start rolling up their sleeves to get ready. And you could tell when it was their turn, they were ready. Anyway, my jacket's on the floor. My Caucasian name is Tom Huntington. My native name is Daton. And I just want to say, as recognized Native people, we're really young. My great-grandpa, his name was Daton, my mom's grandpa. He just had one name, Daton. We come from a people of one name. And after contact, they decided we have 2 names or 3 names or 4 names or however many names. Traditionally, it's something as Native people, for me, for my traditional, it's something that was in the past and you want to hang on to. Because those people of one name, They were so resilient. People nowadays say that they got by with nothing. But that was not the way they looked at it. The land provided everything for them to make a life, for us to be here. They found a way. And at one time, just like Bobby, the delegate from Fort Yukon, recognized me to speak, that's what it used to take for a woman to speak, to be recognized. You know, so we're a people in transition from one name to where we are at right now. And I'm sure we're in transition. This is not the end of where we're going to be as a people. We don't even know, like the people we come from, they found a way. And it's organizations like this, that's your job, to find a way to put all the people under your arm. Make sure we go the right way so that we remain. Even though we come from, like I said, the people of one name, that, you know, it's only 100 years ago, my great-grandpa was alive. So we're very young people. And in this transition, I hear something about whether it be man or woman need to be a leader. During this transition, we lost a lot of things. Like myself right now, I'm trying to, one of my hobbies is tanning moose skin. I'm trying, even though I didn't do it, I saw it as a little kid in Huslia, and I started working on them, and all those grandmas came to me in thought and stuff on me trying to remember what they did and stuff like that. So we lost like moose skin. Everybody knows we're losing the language. We're losing living off the land. You know, I grew up, I'm from Huslia. I grew up in Galena, got a camp above Galena between there and Ruby. I go down there every now and then. It's almost 400 miles. And as I travel that country, that land tells me I miss my people. I miss them. During this transition, we moved to the villages, we moved to town, and we lose or we become disconnected from what we call tradition. And if we want to really truly hang on to who we come from and where we come from, we have to find a way to get back to the land. Like right now, Jack, you remember, he mentioned going to the Yukon to fish. That fishing is a big subject, especially during this transition. It's a threat. It should be everybody's biggest issue. Much like language, much like any cultural activity, we have to hang on to it with everything we got. And man or woman, like the men, before our role was to be hunter, fisher, provider for our families. And then there's transition. We had to change. And like, I struggle with that. Because now I got to get, like myself, I'm a high-tech maintenance person. That's my vocation. And my brother Gilbert, he lives in Galena. He lives what I call a close to a subsistence lifestyle. And whereas me, it's just like he went this way to stay with the land. I went this way to where the Western way say to go. And I'll tell you one thing, I miss it. But I'm so close to the end of my career to where they say you got to retire that I want, you know, I told my wife I'm going to probably be gone for a couple of years because I'm going to be in camp. You'll know where to find me. But so the men, over time, we struggled. Women, thank God for our women. They started becoming leaders in the communities, not only in the village, in the regional corporation, all that. So whoever we choose, you choose, you know, that's to make sure that we go on a good path to retain as much of our traditions as we can. It's all hands on deck, either man or woman. It doesn't. That's the way I see it. And that's it. Thank you. Pasi.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any other comments? Josh, is there anybody online from Zoom? One moment. Okay, no one is asking a question. Robert Solomon?
Yeah. Shalaknai. Shori Bobby's Salmonoji. Kuchen. My dad is the late Jonathan Solomon Sr. My mom is Hannah J. Solomon. My grandpa was Paul Solomon, and my grandma was Hannah Paul Solomon. On, you know, on these people that are going to be running for on our second chief here, they're going to have to follow the footsteps of people like David Salmon, Andrew Isaac, Peter John, and Don Honey Sr. These are big footprints to follow. And I'm just honored to be here to help elect a second chief. This can be a historic event. You know, yesterday was Walter Harper Day. That's the athlete from, they say he's a Koyukon from Tanna, but I think his mom was from Nulado. And Walter Harper is the first person to stand on top of Mount Denali. And that's one of us. That's just like being a second traditional chief. He's the first one up there on top of that hill. So, you know, all the people that are running for this second chief, that's an honor. Like the lady said yesterday, that's an honor. So I'm honored to be here to help elect a second chief. I'm 64 years old. I'm getting up there in age a little bit. I'm the youngest guy here. So I'm not 27. Okay. So it's an honor to be part of this selection. It's something I'll take with me all my life. Masicho.
Thank you, Bobby. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Pat?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Pat McCarty from Ruby. My parents are the late Bill McCarty Sr. and Marie McCarty. My dad was born in China in 1904 here in this Fairbanks area. He lived in down around Holy-Kachuk. He lived in Nulato. He herded reindeer in the up toward Unalakleet, all while he was just very young. He went blind the year I was born. So everything I've learned from him was by stories, and of course, double checking, asking other people. And my mother was from Cochrane's. I grew up with only aunties. I was not. I did not have any grandpas that I could remember. Grandmas, there was traditional grandpas and traditional grandmas, but so I kind of just learned a lot from them. Because my dad was blind, I and my brothers and sisters kind of grew up real traditional. My older ones, they were out in spring camps and everything, and I grew up around Ruby. But I remember being picked on a lot of times when I was a kid, and I'd go home. I never fought. I never fought back for the longest time because my late mother used to say, "Don't say nothing." That was kind of the beliefs. Everything was traditional. So I just wanted to say that about the election that we've I guess before that things have been changing for a long time, for years. There was times that I'll just take Ruby, the village of Ruby. There was times when we've had a woman chief. There was reaction in different ways, not really just coming straight forward and say, "Hey, that's wrong" or anything, but there was different reactions, which leads to everything that to where we're all at today. We've heard that we've lost a lot of young people. We've lost people in every one of our villages, and sometimes with the knowledge that I gained over the years from listening to elders and listening to the stories and going around as a kid and doing cutting wood or putting wood in the porch or whatever for elders. and getting educated by them telling me stories. There is too much happening that as leaders today, we should be concerned. We should be trying to get a grasp on, hey, what's happened? What are we doing wrong? What could we do to try to fix what we have now instead of just losing everything? Our beliefs, our values, our traditions. So I believe that I believe that we should really consider that when we come to voting for the second chief here within the next little while. So now I have just a comment question, I guess, that like in Ruby, we've appointed Billy, my nephew Billy Honey, as our delegate to this Denakkanaaga for 3, 4, 5 years now, because nobody wanted to do it. Nobody wanted to sign up. And we felt that it's important to have a representative. So my question is, I guess, what are the credentials for having a delegate from each of our village, and are there only our villages, I guess the villages of the TCC region, or do we go outside our region to have delegates recognized or attend this meeting, or is it just TCC and the traditional 43, 42, 43 goes, it varies, sometimes it's 38 villages within TCC region. So that's all. I just hope that we can make the right decisions, and I'm glad that I was able to make it here. Things aren't always right, but we try. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. So to answer your question, delegates to the Denakkanaaga conference are from the subregions of TCC. Each of the 42 villages are invited, and they offered to send in a delegate and an alternate delegate. So we have a line going. We're supposed to be voting here shortly. Are any delegates in the line first? We would like to offer the delegate. Could you go to the top of the, yes, you're next. We'll do delegates first, and then we'll allow others to speak. Are you a delegate?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm Clifford Charlie, delegate from Minto. I'd like to recognize Pearl Shinar.
Do you have any comments yourself, sir?
I could wait
second.
until
Yeah.
the delegates.
Do you have any comments yourself, sir, about the role of the chief and the selection of the chief?
Well, I can say this much. I haven't been here before, and I don't know very much about this, but I am the grandson of Chief Charlie and Laura, Justin Frank and Lucy Frank. My father's Nelson Charlie. My mother is Hazel. And I know this is going to be a very important meeting. I know it is. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pearl?
Pearl, he recognized you, so if you would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Clifford. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the board for allowing me to speak. My name is Pearl Chinar. I'm from the old village of Minto. I was born and raised there. My mother is Mabel Charlie Nikolai from Tanana, and my father is Teddy Charlie from Minto. My grandpa, Chief Charlie, over there on the wall. He was one of the original Tanana chiefs from 1915 that met with Judge Wickersham. There's 4 of us grandchildren here supporting that word, traditional chief. The word itself. All those chiefs from a long time ago, from 1915, up to my uncle, Peter John, my uncle, Chief Andrew Isaac. All these traditional chiefs, if you look at the Tanana chiefs, look at their picture. What do you see? You see them dressed in their chief's jacket. Only men can wear that jacket. Us women, we can't cross that boundary. I don't care how modern we get. This is not the time. Many of you know about our potlatch in Minto. When we have our traditional potlatch, our young girls, we teach them. Those men out there, those hunters that are cooking, you don't go in that area where they're cooking. That's off limits to us. We know that, and we teach them that.
I would have preferred that you stay in the hospital here.
And then also,
Friday, and
the other thing is, when we have a potlatch in Minto, they hand out certain part of that meat. Andrew talked about it yesterday. They'll give it to certain people. They might give one to Anna, not because of her title, but out of respect for Richard Frank, who was the chief of Minto. They might give me one too, out of respect for my husband, David. You can't just come and change 10,000 years of history. When you mess with tradition, then everything changes. What does it mean anymore? All of us here, we're confused over what's going on here. You know, as Native leaders in the village, we don't pay attention to what city people are doing. We're too busy leading our village, trying to make things better for our people. So when we hear you're trying to change a word, tradition, that affects all of us throughout the region. And I'm here because of my grandfather, Chief Charlie, who he is, what he stood for. Anna yesterday, she talked about a lady wearing beads or a necklace for bear. That symbol of that bear is strength. That's a man's symbol. Us women, we don't have to get into everything. Keep that Gloria Steinem down in New York with all her women's living things. We don't need that. We have to follow our tradition to sustain who we are for the next 10,000 years, for the generation of those little kids running around here. If we don't, then that traditional soup, that moose soup that we all value, it's going to be just that can of Campbell's vegetable soup with a bunch of letters that don't mean nothing. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Pearl. So I would like to respond to some of the comments that she made. First, about what those urban city folks are doing. I want to remind everybody in this room and those that are watching on Zoom, the Denakkanaaga board is made of elders and one youth from the subregions of the Tanana Chiefs Conference. These folks up here are elders and they represent the villages in our region. They're the ones that came up with the criteria and the traits that they've seen traditionally, and they've talked about what we're facing as Native people today and whether it should be a man or a woman. We know there've been a lot of comments about that, but these are the folks that the tribes represent, or the tribes put forward to be on our board for the elders of our region. So I just wanted to clarify that. And we know this is a very sensitive topic. Our board, when they discussed whether there should be a man or a woman allowed to be considered, they felt that in some of our villages, the women do lead. They're taking a bigger role. They have the same traits as men of compassion, leadership, respect, and that they should be considered also. We know we are not going to please everybody. And Pearl, I respect your views and your comments, I do. But I just want to make sure that people realize that our board is made up by elders from the villages. So just that point, sir.
Hi, my name is Paul Demosky, better known as Glenn Demosky. I was selected by Nulato tribe to vote for them, and it's going to be a very hard vote, I know, for these guys. These nominees up here are all great people. I really don't know them personally, but they sure can speak great. They're going to be a hard vote, and my chief and second chief of Nulato said, if I don't get up there and speak, I'll have to pay my own way home. So here I am, and I just don't want to pay my way home. But I hope we get a great chief that represents all the villages, not only where they're from, maybe, you know, but everybody, every village that they would represent. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Gotta put this as low as I can. Good afternoon or good morning. My name is Mary Lawrence Mayfield. I'm from Kaikuk. I was selected by the village council to come here as well as my alternate. In a way, there's 4 good people up there running for the traditional chief, and then what I had was knowledge, wisdom, bilingual. They should have knowledge and wisdom, and be bilingual, English and their language, whatever language they speak. Transparency, they should have that. Stories, they love to tell stories, and we just have to have it in our heart and to realize who we're going to be taking care of, not only our village, but everybody else in our whole interior of the Doyon region. So I just want to say that, and we'll be out there voting from our heart who we want out there to take care of us. Anna Bassett.
Thank you. You can
I'd
pull
like to
the mic
recognize
up.
I'd like to recognize traditional chief of the Kutchin people on Steepkinnis.
You know, I just come before you to express a concern. And that has to do with this rural-urban divide. And those were really imposed upon us in many different ways. You look at the land claims, you have rural representative, you have urban representative. those really played into the hands of this urban-rural divide. And in my view, we got to get away from that. We're all one people. And it don't matter where you came from, you'll always be Dinjiju. You'll always be Indian. Just because I live here in Fairbanks doesn't mean all of a sudden I don't know how to speak my language, or I don't know a thing about my area, or anything about the land or the culture. That is just absolutely wrong. We've got to get away from that. And I think we have to continue to emphasize that in our gatherings. We shouldn't be treated differently because you live here. And these organizations are organizations that represents our people. Just happen to be here in Fairbanks, Alaska. Now, if we had bigger communities, like Galena, like Fort Yukon, that would build up an infrastructure to move some of these organizations out, that'd be an ideal thing. But we're not there. So our organizations are stuck here in Fairbanks. And each of these organizations, they're represented from our people throughout this region. They bring the voice of our people to the table. So I think, there has to be an understanding of what these structures represent. How do they get elected? Who elects them? This type of stuff. And I hear it all the time, You're urban, or you're rural. And unfortunately for the people that choose to live here in an urban area, our own governments treat us differently. Now, when I go home to Fort Yukon, people respect me, they welcome me, they don't treat me any different. But some people, they're treated a little differently for whatever reason. So when we're talking about this election, which is really an important election that needs to take place, let's think about the unity. Let's think about bringing our people together and get away from this mentality of continuing to try to divide each other. Because we will never, ever really be fully, or we will never, ever be as powerful as we can potentially be. If we continue to go down this road, we're going to destroy each other. To the point where our Ditsi, Ditsu Naiha, Guntlo Chakoka, ya. Dinin Chit Guntlo Chakoka, ya. Our grandmothers and our grandfathers worked very hard to have what we have today. And it's incumbent upon all of us, whether you're a village chief, tribal government on a board like this, or Doyon board, or whatever, it's incumbent upon us to safeguard what our grandmothers and grandfathers fought so hard for. And we got to think like that. That's in our language, think like an Indian, that means. And if you don't think like Denjiju and be so influenced by the Western way of thinking, we're going to destroy ourselves. And you see it happening. You see that divide happening among our own people. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And I know from time to time we'll have disagreements. That's a given. But when that disagreement leads us into fighting among each other, we're headed down the wrong path. Absolutely down the wrong path of destruction. And I don't think our grandmothers and grandfathers ever envisioned that that's where we're going to potentially end up at. Because in their time, they had to work together. They had to survive. And it's no different today. We're fighting for our survival, protecting our way of life, protecting our language, protecting our land, and the list goes on. So I just wanted to share my concern regarding this whole urban-rural divide stuff. We got to get away from that. I thank you for your time, and God bless each and every one of you. And I wish you well as you make your decision. It's going to be a decision that will be a lifetime decision. So God bless each and every one of you. That's it.
Thank you, Steve. Pat, could you please check your messages on your phone? And you're next.
Good morning. My name is Alfred Jonathan. I'm from Tanacross. I serve on the village council, and I was selected to be delegate. I'm the elder, 78 years old, and I'm happy to be here. I think I'm here at the right time to make a choice, and I think it's important for our people back home. I want to recognize Jerry to say a little comment on behalf.
Thank you, Alfred. Thank you, Glenn. This morning, I was teasing my friend and colleague, Pat McCarty, by saying that I'm glad to see him starting to act his age. I'm one of them that really believe in the traditional way. There's a lot of rules about how you interrelate with your elders. One is hu tatsu hun hil, which means don't talk above them. They're older than you. So when you address, talk to elders or talk in the presence of elders, you sort of talk in a way that Dajatiit can, which means you beg understanding and that and ask for respect. I hear a lot throughout the years about how to select a chief. It first started, and I was party at that time to that discussion, was in 1991, when our first traditional chief, my uncle Andrew Isaac, passed away. From then on, we've talked about what it takes to be a leader. but we really never tacked down the process. And most all of you know that traditional chiefs aren't elected. They're not assigned. The way I've seen it and the way I've heard it, that they just place a person in good standing there is through assent, just silent, nod that the person is okay. But that person that you're going to put to be the leader, they look at them like whether something unacceptable is a part of their character. Our people, they have a lot of words. In Denakkanaaga, we have a few of them, and I'll share it with you in a bit. But we always talk about credentials, about mandatory speaking of our language. I support that, because speaking our language is what makes you more akin and more familiar with the spirit of your people. And I know the history of our people. I know that the boarding schools have had a lot to do with the eradication of our language. But I also need to tell you this because I've seen it, where a person chose not to speak our language. I was laughed at down here at 2nd Avenue in 1967 by Native people because I spoke my language. So, I take this selection of a chief to heart. And many times we talked about the goodness we have at Baskin values. And I agree with those things. But you got to also understand the evolutionary theory. We live that today. Where once when I was 18 years old, the things that were once are not anymore. We do not speak predominantly at Baskin. Our mode of communication is English. I told my son Herbie a story back, and we kind of chuckled at it. I was elected to be the Upper Tanana e-board member because I spoke English. And that's true. Most of the Upper Tanana leadership at that time were elders. They had very limited English speaking ability. So I joked that I spoke English, and they elected me to be the leader. But at the same time, my village was 90% Indian speaking. Unfortunately, today I have to say that that's not the case. We're probably on a good clear day, about 45% English or native speaking. So we're subject to change. But the change is not to accept liberal views or anything as such. Steve mentioned that, we need to stay away from that urban divide and stuff. That's what fuels that. over the years, historically, we never knew, I mentioned that earlier, we never knew how to select our chiefs. We talk about the credentials, but we have not yet tacked on the process. Election or appointment of our chiefs are very different from over the years. Sometimes it's changed. And it's very difficult to tack it down, as you all know. But, excuse me, we need to sit down and come up with the process that is acceptable by all. And I don't have anything against anybody running for the position. All I want to say is, traditionally, women are in G. They're very in G because they bear life. There are things that I was told by elders about a woman. Some of those things in the old days were used. That's why women are sacred. They bear life. You know, we have religious beliefs. In my native way, Christian faith wasn't way over there. I recognize Christian faith as readily as needing to drink water. But, you know, I'm not saying anything for or against the selection of a woman as a leader. All I'm saying is the rules that our people conducted themselves with in regards to how to respect man and woman. There's a few words that nobody understands. And I've never had the chance nor the appropriate time for me to discuss that, not even at home. A lot of times I speak with my friend Larry Jonathan because he too understands our language, our ways. Like me, he was raised by his grandmother. I was raised by elders. I wasn't raised by my mom and dad. Economics necessitated the fact that my grandmother took me in to raise, because there was 12 of us in our home. Our oldest one at that time was just barely 20 years old. So, you know, you can just figure out how big a family there was. And today, I'm the only one, unfortunately, from that family left. Many years, over the years, the elders speak. They tell you about Tilchech, it's a Denakkanaaga dialect. My sister Cora's dialect, Tilchech, which means you will lose your luck, your ability to do certain things if there are things that you violate, the rules. As an example, and I joked about it a lot, when we were growing up, young puberty girls are not to grab you by your arm. And the reason for that is because of their very womanhood has power. And when you need to defend yourself by the use of firearm, you're not going to be a crack shot. You're always going to miss. Maybe that's why Maybe that's why I'm not a good hunter. In my language, in the Upper Tanana dialect, this one is common to all dialects in the Upper Tanana, in G. My wife Ann's dialect, Hatlani, that is something that guides me every day of my life. If I see things, I do things in G. It guides me on how I relate to my world. Chitani taught that when we mess around with live things, birds, rabbits, or whatever, we have to treat it in respect. Otherwise, as Titani taught that, which means that he'll have a bad thought towards you. There are other words that we don't discuss nowadays, and one of it is matatni. It's a very sacred word. If I say in reference to myself, I'd say shatatni. But no man who is properly trained would come out and boast about shatatni. It means you were counseled from when you were small to adulthood. There are other words too, like ntach ninsha. Ntach ninsha means that you have gained knowledge and are now not educated, but you are now aware of the rules of conduct that you are to employ. There's niti tai, power of the mind, the strength of the mind, because there are so many things in life that are hard to live with. The other word, and this is the spiritual part of niti tai, is nadatai, which is the spiritual strength. You're always in relation to, before the Christian faith, the Creator. Tochti e Tanacross dialect. So I just wanted to share some of these things with you because a lot of times we speak, but not with the traditional language, the traditional words that we think of. So if I've given you an idea, take it home and use words in your own dialect to teach these things. So I wish you good luck, delegates, in your selection of your next chief. I know it's a very difficult thing, difficult process. I've seen it since 1991. I've been party to a lot of the discussions, but there's one day, we're going to have to tack down the process that everybody agrees to. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. We're running behind a little bit. We're doing delegates, and we also have one of our native leaders online. Is she ready to speak? Okay, Georgiana Lincoln, who is on the Doyon board, has been listening in, and she has a few comments. Georgiana, and then we'll go to you two. And yeah, it works. Just we're going to do Georgiana first. We're not going to take a group break, but if you do want something, please go get some refreshments over there. We're just going to keep going. And looks like we're having technical. Oh,
Thank you,
Georgiana, get off speakerphone, if you could, please.
Oh, let's see. How do I do this? Because I'm on the phone and I'm on Zoom on my computer. Okay, now?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And I didn't mean to get ahead of those delegates, the delegates that are at the convention today, so I apologize for that. But I wanted to call in. I know that you're faced with a huge decision today, and not to get you more mixed up in how do I vote, but I want to tell you a little bit of something here that may help you. But first, before I start, can I quickly tell a story on, wait a minute here. I don't have, that's right now. Oh, Jack Holshe's. Thank you. I want to tell a little story about him and his son. I saw them in the store I think last year, and we were talking, Jack and I, and his son was there. We were in the fruit department, and he was eating all these grapes. Boy, he found a good berry patch, and he was eating away. And I said, Jack, look what he's doing. And he said, oh, no. He said, you can't eat that. We have to pay for it before you eat it. And I think he thought he found the best berry patch ever. And so I thought I'd better tell on Jack a little bit about his son. I come from a real strong family of women leaders. E. Doddlenaw, my grandmother, was from Allakaket, and she gave me my name of Gidzahaltoon, which means the chickadee. And I know the stories, and Catherine, that I made sure that I had the whole book on the Gidzahaltoon. And my mother, Kitty Herwood, she always told me, because we came from Rampart. We lived there until I was in the 4th grade, and then we moved to Fairbanks. And it was terrible in the 60s, in the 50s of racism. And I'd come home crying to her practically every day, and saying that I didn't understand it, but because I was Native, I couldn't do this or I couldn't do that. So Mom was very gentle with me and the other 6 kids in our family, and she helped me through that ordeal. I'm not sure I'm completely over it yet, but I've been involved since the early 60s in our Native affairs, always. I don't think I worked for anyone else other than TCC, FNA, involved with Doyon now, was in the Senate and working for all of you. And the divide, that's what people have talked about. We're dividing ourselves. AFN, I was on the board of AFN at the time that they were trying to decide what tribal was. And I was not tribal. I think it's something what Steve Guinness talked about. I wasn't tribal because I was urban, or at least that's what some said. We decided that the tribal, what, because you can't divide yourself. I'm Rampart. My heart is in Rampart. My soul is in Rampart. And I'm tribal. And we decided that tribal was for all Native people. Well, traditional second chief, chief, we're splitting it up so that we don't want to offend anybody, or we don't want to get away from who we were. But times have changed, and everybody's saying they're 70 something, so I must be the elder of the group. I'll be 80 on my next birthday, and proud of that. So I don't know whether I'm the young leader or the middle leader or the older leader. But we simply cannot divide ourselves in what has been referred to as a transition period. There's things that have changed so dramatically now that we cannot, and we will never lose who we are as Native people. And Tom, I think, said the hunting and fishing should be a priority, the subsistence. And I agree with that. But this should not be, I don't believe, a hard decision when you look at the person and what you want in a leader, whether it is man or woman. What do you want from them? And then what these four tremendously qualified, if you want to use that word, what they've said, they are all pretty much equal. But as our traditional chief, first chief, Trimble Gilbert, said, that you go from the heart. You look at those values that you've already agreed to. And then you have to go through process of elimination, unfortunately. And who is going to be the best spokesman or spokeswoman for you? And I just want to add that if I have made it easier for you, I hope so, that we're dividing, we're splitting hairs again. And I just think if we're going with traditional, we're not in anything we do the way that it used to be done. We don't do it that way now. I don't make a net. I buy it. My grandmother made her nets. It's not traditional. That is made in China. Anything the tools that we use are not. We should know about it, and know how to make them. But it's more efficient in using man-made the tools of today. I hope that you have a decision that we all can get behind, and that this meeting is successful. We're online, and I just want to say that for some reason, all of us who are online cannot get on to ask any questions. I had to go through 3 loops to get on your link, but I couldn't do it otherwise. And just my heart is there with you. I love all of you, and I hope that after this, we go out with our arms around us, whoever you select for the new second chief, traditional chief, and we surround that person with love and with our backing. Thank you so much. Anabasi.
Thank you, Georgiana. And we'll have our IT folks check out why people on Zoom are having a hard time trying to make a comment. Because of the time, we're going to have 2 more comments, and then our election judge is going to come up here and explain the election, how it's going to work for the board delegates and Trimble Gilbert, our first chief. And then we will break for lunch, and then the second traditional chief will be announced after lunch, right after lunch. So Eliza is one of our delegates. Eliza, you're next.
Hello, is it on? Hello, my name's Eliza Winfrey. I'm originally from Minto, live here in Fairbanks. I'm a delegate for FNA, but there's one word I want to say, my auntie would say, my Auntie Evelyn, and gee, what they're doing, what's going on. I can't help but think of my Auntie Evelyn, what she would have thought. She'd probably be sitting over here on the floor and say, Angie, Annie, she want me to come over. She want to know what's going on. It's a great day today, and I'm glad to be part of that voting. I'm honored as a delegate to be part of this history. I came from Old Minto. I've seen the chief, how they ran their meetings. I'm old school, and I'm a young elder today. I am happy to step in the footsteps of my aunties. My grandma Agnes is the only one that I could remember. She was a tall, strong woman. I remember her talking to me in her language many times. I do speak my language, but I don't do it fluently. But I'm learning. As a young elder, I want to learn. I want to carry on these traditions. I want to teach my younger generation, my young kids, and whoever we vote today, just is the voice of the people. Listen to what they say. Go with your heart. And whoever is second chief, blessings to you, and may you carry on and be strong in your belief and in standing for the people and hearing their voices. Anabasi, thank you.
Thank you. And our last comment is Nick Alexi. Nick?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, my name is Nick Alexia Sr., and I'm from Upper Kuskokwim area. I just want to let you know that last year we lost a whole bunch of people, and some of the people that know our traditional ways are almost all gone. There's only a few of us left in our region. I'd like to see that our traditional chief acknowledge to our way of life, our values, and understand our land. And some of them are like yesterday, they were talking about our animal bones, and it refreshes my mind that what I was taught when I was a kid, that they save all the bones that are on land, and they keep them, they put it back in the woods, and they just don't throw it away. You don't throw it in the river, and the only ones that goes in the river was the beaver and muskrat bones. That's something I forgot. That was taught to me a long time ago. I just want to say that I would like to say that traditional second chiefs to have knowledge of the whole our area. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan, if you could come up, please. We're very honored to have Alan Todd work with us every year. He always is there for us, and he is the attorney from Doyon Limited, and he helps us with our elections every year, and he's agreed to work with us on this special selection of our second traditional chief. And as we mentioned in our bylaws, it is the Denakkanaaga board, the delegates. If the delegate isn't here, it's the alternate, and then our first chief, Trimble Gilbert, who will be selecting the second chief. But I'm going to let Alan go over the process.
Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to serve again this year. I will point out that Sharon's already sort of stolen the thunder in the sense that there are three classes of voters for this election. The delegates, from the named villages, those would be appointed either by tribal resolution. They usually name a delegate and an alternate. Only the delegate can vote unless the delegate's not here, in which case it would be the alternate. Second class is the directors that you see in front of you here, and the third class will be the first traditional chief, and we will do his vote by telephone. So the rest of them will all be cast here directly. In just a few minutes, I'll have Angela, Ludwig, and Chanel go out and provide the ballots to the delegates. If we need help finding someone, we may call out a name. We'll bring those around, give you time to vote, and then fill out those ballots, and we'll collect them and do the tallying. As I understand it, the results will be announced after lunch. Are there any questions about the process?
We may have some delegates online too.
Okay. Yeah, so just to be clear, so there are 42 villages within the region. Not all of them have sent a delegate. So each one of those delegates will be able to vote individually. The board members also vote individually, not as a board. So each of them has a single vote, and then the traditional chief. If we have anyone online, and I'm not aware of anyone else, but we can certainly check on that just to make sure. But any of the other delegates that are in their village, that are on Zoom, if we can, what we can do is reach out to them and call them and have them call in their vote. And we'll do that by a phone call to Angela. She can reach out to them on her cell phone and collect those ballots. And the election requires a majority vote. In the event that we do not have a winner in the first round, we will go to a second round. If there is not a winner selected in the first round, assuming that there's not a tie, we'll have the two highest vote getters that'll go into a second round, and we will then vote again.
So you're going to go around them?
We'll start passing them out now.
Okay. Delegates, if you could please raise your hands, they'll come and give you a ballot. And Angela is right there. And what is the other young lady's name? What's the other young? Huh?
Chanel.
Oh, Chanel. Oh, okay. Hi, Chanel. These two ladies will be going out and giving you the ballots. So please raise your hands, delegates. If you're the alternate delegate and the delegate is not here, then you can vote. But right now, it's the main delegates and also the board, and we'll get the vote on Trimble. And is there any delegate online? Okay. Okay, no delegates online. Delegates here in the building, please raise your hands. While they're doing that, we will take a break. Lunch will be at noon. So we'll stand in recess and while the voting is taking place. We will announce the results after lunch, and that will be at 1:30. So those joining us online, if you want to tune back in at 1:30, we'll be doing the announcement then of the results. Okay, you're going to be getting votes here. You'll be getting a vote here. So, Janelle? Okay, we're going to start in a few minutes, so if you could get to your seats, please. Some few announcements before we start the afternoon session. We still have 50/50 tickets for those that would like some. We'll do the announcement or the drawing at the end of the day. Delegates and alternate delegates, you still need to vote on the beadwork contest. Please see Diana. We also have registration forms if you're interested in attending our cultural camp at the end of the month. It'll take place on 27th, 28th, and 29th here in Fairbanks and at the Howard Luke Camp. So please go see Diana. And I'm not sure. Do we have Trimble online? Okay. All right. We're trying to get Trimble back on the line. You all know about village phone service sometimes, so just give us 1 or 2 more minutes. Let's see. Travis?
No.
Is Travis here? I just thought I saw him. Yes. I know what Travis is. All right. Is Jerry here? Oh, there's. Okay, we're still waiting for Trevor to get on. So bear with us. We're trying to get Trimble back on the line for this afternoon's announcement.
Hello?
Oh, good. Trimble, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
All right, we're going to announce now who has been selected as our traditional second chief for the region. So at this time, I'd like to turn over the meeting to our second chief of Denakkanaaga, Jack Holcheese.
Welcome back. I'd like to welcome Alan Todd, our election judge.
Thank you, Chief. I wanted to announce that there was a majority winner in the first round, so there will not be a need for a follow-up ballot. And in the first round, Andrew Jimmy was elected.
Could you all stand and give him a standing ovation, please? Before Andy comes up and says anything, we'd like to have the drummers singing some songs. Everybody join in.
Thank you. Is this thing on? You guys hear me?
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay. At this time, we would like to hear a few words from our new traditional second chief of the Tanana region. Please welcome Andy Jimmy.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, man. Thank you. This is quite an honor. Well, what I said yesterday, what my mother told me, I think I made her happy. Or you made her happy. I appreciate the support I got. I came a long way from Minto Village Council. And I love to work for my people. I just want to thank you all. I couldn't do, none of us can do it all by ourselves. We need support, we need to. Unity is my key word. I always use the phrase, I work with a lot of people, especially the health field, that we got the best health facilities in Alaska than any other place, I think, because we stick together, we work as one. I always tell people, you think about snowflakes. Snowflake come down, you put out your hand, how quickly they dissolve. Just a few snowflakes. But you get enough, they'll stop a semi-truck. That's what I always tell my people. Without unity, without supporting in one another, we will not get very far. I wish we can hold on to our traditional way of life, the way our grandfathers, grandmothers taught us, and we go from there. I always remember what David Salmon told me. If we don't tell them, our younger people, they will never know. So it's our job, all of us, to tell our grandkids or kids how it used to be, how we would like to have it continue to be. Then we'll go from there. How long our culture, our tradition will last, we don't know, but a lot of things. And I was telling friends last night, we don't, sometimes we wait too long to tell our children how it should be. Or I had a long time ago, my grandson, boy, I'm shaking like a leaf. My grandson, second oldest grandson, he was 5 years old, just starting kindergarten. We went out to moose hunting. He wanted to go with me, so we went out, and we didn't see no moose, but we ran to a big berry patch and look all over in the boat for a container to take home to Grandma, but no container. So I got birch bark off a tree and made a little birch bark basket out of used willows. He was 5 years old. Took home berries. Forgot about it. He graduated from high school up here, and he went down that fall to go moose hunting, and he wanted to borrow a boat, so I told him, go ahead. That's what, 12, 13 years later. Same thing happened, but he brought home berries for his grandma in a little birch bark basket that he made. So it's not too early to tell our kids. And it'll come back to them. So I really appreciate the support. And I look forward working with Trimble Gilbert. We know each other for a long time. And hope to see you soon, Trimble. And thank you, all of you. God bless.
We have a gift for Andy, our second traditional chief. Chief's necklace.
Don't choke him now, Anna.
I'll just take it off.
Oh, it's on there.
Oh, okay.
Just want to hold you long time.
Thank you. Make me remember what Chief Andrew Isaac told me. He said, use beads wherever you go. Put your necklace on. That's the only way that people will recognize us as Native people. Even if you have to buy it, wear beads. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And now we'd like to invite Tana Chiefs, FNA, IRHA, and that's it? Yeah. Okay.
Andy, congratulations on behalf of the 42 tribes and tribal organizations of the TCC region. Congratulations.
You don't have to buy anything.
So you don't sleep all day now.
This will keep you warm.
Thank you.
Well, Andy, on behalf of the Fairbanks Native Association, I want to congratulate you. And I know that you'll do well. And, one thing about Andy, he has a sense of humor. And I recall back when he was running for Doyon, he was up for re-election. And he got up on the podium and he said, God bless you, those of you that supported me. And then he waited a little while and he said, God bless those of you that didn't vote for me too. That really made us laugh. I never heard anybody say that before. But anyway, so Andy, the second traditional chief, I didn't know who was going to win this election, but I'll have a check here for you from FNA tomorrow, an amount of $1,000. Thank you so much. Masicho.
Thank you, Steve.
Good afternoon. It's Tanya Kakatosh, I represent Doyon. Before I give the gifts to our new second traditional chief, I'd like to invite up our board members. So Wally Carlo, Ori is already up here, Jerry Isaac, and Marvin Roberts. And I think so. Oh, I'll let Ori present him with the necklace, and we have some snowshoes here made by George Albert. They're just fresh in from Ruby this week. So, and a $1,000 check for Andy as well. No, you can come over. No. Steve.
It's a privilege, Andrew. Chief Jamie, it's an absolute privilege for Doyon to present this beautiful necklace made by Catherine Dahl. You'll always be our chief. Love you, man. Love you, Barbara.
Thank you. Doyon too? Oh, yeah, thank you.
You gotta run, no.
Gotta run. Sure. Thank you.
No running around in the snow.
Andy, you want me to put this back here for a while?
Yeah.
With the permission of the delegates and permission of the Denakkanaaga board, I want to thank the other people who ran for this honor. Taj, the other people who put themselves forward. Delegates have had a hard choice to make, but they made a good choice. RHA has a policy, we cannot donate nothing, but I brought something. I've had the fortune of knowing this young man for most of my life. I've had the fortune of being mentored by him, watched him grow, the good times and the bad times. He's a beautiful bride, Barbara. Supported him all these years together. I asked him to run for Doyon years ago. He said, Ori, okay, I will, but you got to remember, health comes first. If there's any meeting conflict between my health concerns and Doyon, I'm going to go to the health meeting. That just epitomizes what a great leader this man is. He tells it like it is. He sticks to his word. It'll be an honor to have him as our second traditional chief of the Denakkanaaga Chiefs region, and he will support Tribble Gilbert and Tribbles family. It'll be an honor to listen to them both speak and to represent us. God bless you. I give you my chief's necklace I was given when I was Doyon president. I'll give you this gun holder that was given to me 22 years ago. It has a DL on it. It has 10 chiefs on the back. I honor you, my chief.
Oh,
You better sit down, your necklace. Okay. And at this time, Trimble, you're still on?
Yes.
Okay, well, you want to say a few words welcoming our second traditional chief?
Sure. I was very surprised about 20 minutes ago. I was over the community hall. There's something else going on, and then I know I expect a phone call from Denakkanaaga. As soon as I came in back to my house and I was sit down and the phone is ringing. So someone told me to come back right away and pick up your phone. So I did. And then I had a good news about Andy Jimmy. I used to work with them about 10 years in health board, and I travel around with them. So I get to know a little bit about him, and he's from Mento, and that's where that Peter John and Elsie come from. So I listened to him and talking about a little bit about his own history, and he followed the elder in footsteps, and he don't know until today. So today is a day for him to be elected for our second traditional chief, and I was surprised, and I'm sure that we're gonna work together for our people, and so that's what our regions needs, and even outside of the region, sometimes we talk to another people. So that's a really high rank position. And yesterday, someone called me from Anchorage. He told me they're having meeting with a Major General. He's a commander of the United States Army in Alaska. And I did have a chance to talk with him for a little while. And then I heard a lot of things about what he's saying. That's a kind of words we do need to hear. And I never heard that kind of talk for a long time, because we all need to hear the good news. But so it sounds like he's give us a little strength to go forward again, another step. So Andy, him and I, we didn't have time to talk to each other, but I listened to him a lot of times, and that was really surprised to be our second traditional chief. And I hope we get together more with our people, and we can start all over again about what needs to be done for the future generation to come. So it's kind of takes slow to select that person. It's good that way. Sometimes we do it so fast in a rush, and it didn't work that time sometimes. But we try to get to know the person. And when he was talking, ended his talking, and he said that I know he had faith and like our people, so that's good work for me, and to continue on. So I'd like to congratulate him to be our second traditional chief, and we can work together. I know his wife was blind, and he took care of his wife for a long time. And then I have the same position right now. I have to be with Mary. So I last about 2-3 weeks. I'm trying to take care of my wife, and I did a lot of cooking and map the floors and a lot of other things. I learned something really important thing. And at the same time, I catch COVID. Then I have to cook for Mary, and I have to do a lot of cooking ever since that. But I got mixed up with wash my hand and the mask and my mouth. And every time I got mixed up with it, but I keep trying. And then sometime he come close to me, and I told him, stay away from me. I don't want you to get this sickness. So I had a little hard time for a little while, then I learned something. I learned a little bit about the doctor's jobs and nurse. So this is the way it is. And when we're getting old and we can't do anything we want no more. But then sometimes we're just good for talking and teaching the young people. 1967, I was young, and there's so many kids in the village, about 40, and one teacher. So they sent me to school in Anchorage and to work with non-native people there and teachers. So I had a difficult time, but I never did give up. And I worked 7 years, and then I got another job. And with Bill Mickelson, I'm still working with here and there with the children. That one time Spud Willem told me, I say something about too busy, some sounds like that. And he told me, you know, you're on duty, 24-hour duty every day. And that's what position I am. And I just got words from in Canada a little while ago, and people call me from there. So I did have a lot of phone call all the times, and sometimes I'm holding two phones. But that's kind of position I really doing that all my life, and I don't know how much time I got left, and then I will try to continue on to help my people. And I thank you for your support us, and God bless, and Andy, Jimmy, with your family. So thank you very much, and I will remember you, think of you all the time. So good luck and have a good summer, Andy. Thank you.
Thank you, Trimble. Thank you, Trimble. Denakkanaaga would also like to just convey their thanks to the other nominees, Benedict Jones, Mary Rose Agnes, and Anna Frank, for allowing them their names to be put forward for consideration. Because this role as first and second chief is very important, and they will be kept very, very busy. So congratulations, Andy, and we look forward to working with you in your new role as second chief. This afternoon here at the conference, we will be holding our usual men and women's discussion groups, and this year the men will be over at the classroom at Denakkanaaga in the Morris Thompson building, and Jack Holcheese and Manny Carlo will be leading that discussion, and that's the topic for both groups. The women will be here at the Tribal Hall, but the topic is, in an ever-changing world, how do we as Native people carry on our traditions, our values, and cultures to remain strong? So that will be the discussion, and we'll go until 3:30, and then the men, if you could please come back over here to the Tribal Hall at 3:30, and then we will reconvene then to talk about what was discussed, and then the conference will end. If you finish before 3:30, come back over. So,
Hello?
So
I got another
I
phone.
think,
Thank you.
because that'll give us an hour and a half for discussion, and
Hello?
I'm sure there'll be a lot of comments made about that topic. So,
What?
men, if you could please go
Hello?
to the Morris Thompson building, and it's right at Denakkanaaga. There's a classroom next to the building, or next to the office. Manny and Jack will be there leading this, and then the women, if you could remain here, please. There will be no live streaming of these proceedings right now. We'll take a recess for those watching on the internet. We'll be back at 3:30. Thank you. participating by Zoom. This has been a very historic day as our new traditional second chief, Andy Jimmy of Minto, was selected earlier this afternoon. After his announcement, we broke into men and women's groups to talk about how we are keeping our traditions, our culture alive during these trying times, during the pandemic, but also during these changing times that we are facing. So we've had some really good discussion. We went a little longer than we thought we would, but we're reconvening here at the Tribal Hall, David Salmon Tribal Hall in Fairbanks. Again, to those watching online, we just want to say thank you. This is the second and final day of the conference, but tomorrow we will be back on again, starting at 9 o'clock when we have our annual meeting of Denakkanaaga, in which we have 2 elder seats and the youth seat up for re-election. So we just want to say thank you for watching. And I think everyone is pretty much back in the hall. Again, we will have the annual meeting starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Delegates, you will have to register again tomorrow. You need to see Pat over here to register for the annual meeting. Any delegates, register tomorrow morning. We'll serve breakfast at 8 o'clock. The meeting will start at 9. And we should be done right before lunch. And it's not that long of a meeting. All right, so the important thing to end the day, the drawing of the 50-50 raffle tickets. So we have the $5 raffle. The winning ticket will get 140. Natalie, could you come assist me? Or no, you have tickets? Okay. Do you have tickets, Anna? Did you get any tickets? Raffle? Okay. Anna didn't get any raffle tickets, so if you want to pick the winning ticket out, this person will get $140. So this is the $5, the blue ticket. Get your blue ticket out. It's 185191. Last 3 numbers, 191. Who's got that? Blue ticket. 191 is the last 3 numbers. Is there still some people coming over? Okay, no one's got that. Well, we'll hold on to that. For the dollar tickets, we did 120, so the winner will get $60. Anna, can you draw the winning ticket out of that? Okay, the winner is $60. 607897. Purple ticket, 607897. You got that one? All right, $60. Thank you. And then again, we still need the winner for the blue ticket. Did some people just walk in? 185191. How many more people are we missing walking over? Should we draw another ticket? All right, we're going to draw another ticket. This is the blue tickets. 185188. 188. Let's see here. All right, you just got $140. Thank you, everybody. And again, tomorrow we'll start at 8 o'clock with breakfast, and the annual meeting will start at 9. Delegates, please come before 9 to register. You need to register again for the annual meeting. Thank you. And thank you to everybody online for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.